Never imagined what we started could mean so much to me. It might be true we've passed the golden years. Well, let them say what they want. I'll politely disagree, 'cause it doesn't mean much if you're where you wanna be. So scream if you're out there and think just step back.
Hello, everybody. Happy Sunday, everyone. Mike Dragon here. I mean, who else would it be, right? Hello, everybody. Thank you all so much for joining today's stream. I hope you all are doing very well. That your weekend has been a good one. And whether or not they actually have, and whether or not you are doing well or not, as always, I hope you are doing better than me. That your weekend and week, yeah, you know what I mean. I hope they have all have also been better than mine. Anyway, today is Sunday, September 7th, 2025. It's actually Brazil's Independence Day today. On paper at least. And it's time to do art, so shall we? Hey Reptane, happy Sunday. You're working on that Switch? Nice. The fudge was I going to say? I don't remember. Doesn't matter. So what I'm going to do, instead of trying to remember, is grab this pen and click here. I don't know why I'm holding the pen like this. Click here and click on this. And let's finish writing that text on that piece of cloth, that banner that I have been working on forever. This actually should already have been finished several months ago. And well, it's not going to get finished today, but at least the word itself, that is definitely going to be finished today. Hopefully I'll be able to at least start the shading process of this thing. Excuse me. Because other than that, this is actually not too far from being finished. So let's get started on this ass. This I was actually kind of... Oh, by the way, before I forget, my PC has been randomly crashing for some reason a few times this week. And actually yesterday I got 2 blue screens of death. So hopefully that is not going to happen today during the stream or at all. But if the stream does suddenly go offline, it may be because the PC has crashed. I don't know why it's doing that. I don't have the brain power to fix it anymore. Best I could do was just update the driver, the VGA driver, the graphics driver, because that's what the blue screen was about. But I didn't do anything else besides that, and I honestly can't really think much in regards to that. So point is, I hope it is not going to happen. No more crashes. But if the stream does go offline, it might be because it did crash like that. So if it does happen, if the stream does go offline, stick around for a couple minutes. It should hopefully be back online soon. And if not, then rip, I guess. Man, everything's crashing. Your internet, your PC. Yes, internet, PC, phone's battery. Oh, thankfully the new one is still working fine. Yeah, everything is going bad. Only thing missing is your government. Yeah, that one crash would honestly not be a bad thing. I mean, in a way it would be very bad, but you know what they say, you can't bake a cake without cracking some eggs. And God knows how much we need to crack some eggs right now. But enough about politics. Man, I really need to get out of this country. It's no longer a matter of this being an old dream of mine since I was a child. To move out of here legally, mind you. But now it's, for the most part at least, very much so a necessity. The more time goes by, the more I am convinced that it is a necessity. One of the many problems, however, is that because taxes keep getting increased, they just approved a new one again, another one again. that should take effect next year. And this one is over rented buildings. So, you know, if you rent a house to live in, this new tax is gonna befall on you. But as always, the current government, always say that no, this increase in tax is only for the what's the word? For the owners of companies. This is not for the public. It's not for the people. BS. Anyway, as always, they are saying that this new tax is only for owners of houses/buildings that are being rented. But anyone with even half a working brain cell knows that the folks who actually end up paying for the tax is the average citizen, the person who's renting the place. So in other words, me. So, and the rent of the house that I am living in is already very high as it is. Just got raised a couple months ago. But I digress. Point is, one of the many issues and reasons why I need to move out of here is because everything is getting literally unaffordably expensive, to the point where just hardly surviving with the bare essentials is becoming close to impossible. But because just to survive I have to spend a lot more, it's almost impossible to save up any little bit of money to try and, you know, build a future or anything, because I'm always forced to spend whatever I manage to save. It sucks, it's depressing. I need a gun. Well, Texas is getting larger. Oh, I didn't say Texas, I said Texas. I'm pretty sure I pronounced that right. But did you know, by the way, fun fact, Texas is so large that it can fit Texas inside it. Yeah, that was a stupid joke. I'm not going to apologize though. And yeah. Anybody wants to adopt me in the US wants to adopt me? I know how to cook rice. It's not great, but it's edible. I mean, I haven't died from it yet. Like, you are having an eclipse right now, Riptang? Nice. Nice. I thought you said the next one should only be some time from now. Okay, so all the anchor points for this S are now in place. Let's start converting the points, so then I can shape this properly. No, don't move the anchor points. Excuse me. I might have used a few too many anchor points here. But hey, better to have more than to have less. Just like having a gun. It's best to have one and never need it than to need one and don't have any. Wait, am I moving this right? I guess. Wait, I'm confused here. Okay, yes, I was. It was just the way those rods were going was making it look weird. DM. Let's see. I mean, that's not a DM. Oh, nice! It's a photo of the moon right now. Neat. It's kind of weird how you can see the moon during daylight sometimes. Oftentimes, actually. And the thing I meant was a solar eclipse, not a lunar. Oh, I see. Oh wait, so that picture is the sun? Let me open this in the browser. Kinda looks like the moon. But yeah, that is very nice. I haven't seen one of those, of any for that matter, in a very long time. Not that we haven't had any in recent years, recent-ish years. We have. It's just that, one, I usually forget about them and don't go outside to check, and two, most of the times that we've had one here, the sky was very cloudy, so you couldn't see squat. So yeah, been missing them. It's okay. It's not like they are going to cease happening anytime soon. They won't. By the day I die, the sun and the moon will probably still be there. So plenty of chances. Plenty of chances to see more. Unless I die before the next one. No, like, let's stream. This is the lunar eclipse right now. Oh, I see. Okay, this should be enough. Let's now start giving this S a proper shape. And by proper shape, what I am obviously meaning is that we gotta turn whatever this is into an actual S. Bear in mind that it has to follow the shape of the cloth, the spanner that this is on. This might be a little bit of a challenge because of how many folds this part of this banner has. Right here, might have to remove this anchor point, I think. Delete anchor points. Missed most of it already. Oof. Where's the router from this one? Oh, it's down there so tiny. Could hardly see it. You know, it went partially covered. Eclipses are such a beautiful thing. And to think that in ancient times, you could easily fool people saying that, I mean, there are stories about this. Like you know, a time traveler goes back in time and the person knows when exactly there's going to be an eclipse. And the person says, hey, I can make the sun disappear in midday, you know. And some people would believe that you have powers. Man, humans used to be so much more ignorant than they are now. I think I'm gonna have to redo this part here, but let's move on from there for now. I'm actually going to delete this anchor point too. I might want to remove this one as well. Yes, I will. And before I'm gonna have to bring it back. Maybe not. Maybe not. This is actually looking fine. This one is gonna have to go. No, I actually do need one there. I just needed to reposition it. So let's re-add the anchor point here. Put it there. By the way, you know something that I think I have noticed? So, you know Google's AI, Gemini, which as far as I am aware, it is really dumb. So, they have been trying to push that damn thing onto everything, Google searches and whatnot. And when I was downloading the 3 months of updates and notifications back to this phone here after the new battery had finally arrived, I noticed that the Google Assistant kept displaying a message, a pop-up, suggesting that I should switch / try out Gemini as a new Google Assistant, which I obviously declined because I hate that thing. But I noticed that I think this might be just my impression. I noticed that it seems the assistant itself has been dumbified a little bit more. It has become more limited than it already was, and I think that is in order to try and quote-unquote force the user to switch to Gemini, the AI. And that is incredibly stupid. And if I am right about this, that would explain why the assistant is so dumb. You remember me asking questions to the Google Assistant on stream a few times before in the past few months, and how much I oftentimes insulted it and said that it is really dumb. I was thinking about that, and I started to remember that, at least up until a couple of years ago, more or less, the results I would get from the assistant, they were actually quote-unquote smarter. You know, it sounded like, at least that's what my memory tells me. It sounds like it was smarter. It actually got better results from searches. And I am quite certain that Google has been limiting the capacity of the assistant to try and push Gemini onto users. And I hate that. I absolutely despise such a move. Being real or not. In all honesty, I'm just sick of this AI fad. I hope this AI nonsense is going to crash soon, because I am very sick of everyone shoving AI into absolutely everything. I don't think I am curving this correctly. Now, don't get me wrong, AI does have its uses. In medicine, for example, it can be a valuable tool for diagnostics and whatnot. But overall, I don't believe it should be pushed as it is into everything, like it has been. Even basic functions that an operating system, like Windows for example, could perform just very flawlessly years ago, all by itself, it is now being all sent over to AI on some random server somewhere out in the world. Like, I don't know if you guys have been keeping up with news of how Windows 11 has been developing, but that is one of the things that Microsoft has been doing. Pushing a lot of AI into the OS, making it more and more reliant on having an internet connection. I bet you, mark my words on it, I bet you it will very soon come a day where not just Windows, but on basically everything, where you cannot do a file search on your computer or even your phone without having to have an AI. I mean, without having an AI do the search for you instead. Like, you know, on Windows, for example, if you press Windows F, was it Windows F? I don't know, whatever. You like go here on Start and you want to search something, like say for example, a notepad, right? I don't know why the O is all caps, but fine. Anyway, point is, I'm sure that it will come a day when Windows and any other operating system will not be able to make this kind of simple search without having an AI do it for you. And when that happens, you will have to have an internet connection, because the AI doesn't run on the system itself, it runs on a server somewhere else that the system here, your PC, connects to make the search and whatnot. In other words, they are making everything for the user more and more useless and more reliant on an internet connection. And that is something that, you know, I have always been against. Have everything online at all the time. I don't like that. It's terrible. Anyway, point is, I don't like AI. Especially in art. AI should not be making art. Hey Doxy, happy Sunday, welcome, thank you for joining. The irony of the sun live streaming the moon. The sun live stream. Oh, you're talking about the news portal website thing, the Sun. Yeah, I think that's what it is. The Sun live streaming the moon. I see what you did there. But yeah, I'm sick of AI on everything. Can you imagine? You go to your kitchen, you want a cod? You want a cold glass of water, or just to check what's inside the fridge, but instead of opening the door to look inside, you have to use a monitor or touchscreen on the door to check what you want. And the only way it will give you the information is if the fridge is connected to the internet, so an AI can make the check for you. That is stupid, and it is going to happen. It is already kind of happening already. I hate it. I'm sick of it. I was actually the other day looking up some smartphones, because I'm gonna have to switch away from this one in the near future. Not that I can afford any, because I can't, but I was looking into it a little bit. And most of the models out there now all of them have AI onto everything in the phone. You can't take a picture without having AI put its stinky, filthy, dirty, smelly hands on it. I despise it. I'm sick of it. It is my birthday, so lurk mode. Oh, happy birthday, Doxy! Congratulations on completing another round around the sun. Nice, happy birthday. Congrats on the level up. Yes. Check it quickly. Go back a bit. Let's see. Oh, the live stream. Nice, yes, the sun is indeed streaming the moon. Neat. Man, can you believe this whole thing is just out there? It's amazing. You're very welcome, Doxy. Even Photoshop itself is completely plagued by AI everywhere in it. Well, at least newer versions of Photoshop anyway. Which is one of the main reasons why I am still using Photoshop CS2. Excuse me. Screw AI. Delete error points. Oh, here's a simple example of how well, I just said that I do believe that Google has been dumbifying the Google Assistant, right? A few years ago, one thing that I used to do just for fun was to ask random questions to the assistant. I used to do the same with Cortana on Windows 10 Mobile. Man, I miss that. Cortana was so much better than Google Assistant, by the way. But Microsoft had to go ahead and do what they always do with everything good that they put their hands on. And they killed it. But anyway, I digress. I would make random questions just for fun, like tell me a joke, what do you think of X, what do you think of Y, etc. And one of the things that I would ask just for fun was, what does the fox say? What does the cat say? What does the horse say? Etc. And I am 100% sure that I also asked, what does the dragon say? And the one thing with the response that I would usually get from Cortana and the Google Assistant would usually actually be a sound, you know, like if you ask, at least back then, if you ask what does the cat say, for example, the assistant would either Google or Cortana would play a meow, for example. And they would do the same with dragons, because I do remember doing that a few times. And I tried it yesterday, and instead I was met with a response that said, here's what I found, and just a list of links on Google. So it doesn't do that anymore, at least not for dragons, but probably still does it for cats. So let's see. What does the cat say? Something went wrong. Please send feedback to assistants. See, that's another thing that never happened before Gemini, and now it happens very often. It's like it doesn't work anymore at first. What does the cat say?
This is a cat.
That cat sounds really sad. But the response used to be a bit more fun. But anyway, at least for cats, it's still working. But it used to do the same thing for dragons. It doesn't do it anymore. What does the dragon say?
I found these results.
Back then, what it would do is actually play a roar sound. Now, sure, dragons aren't actually real; they never really existed, or did they? But still, it was a fun response, and it doesn't do that anymore. Instead, all I got here are 4 videos, a bunch of people also asked suggestions, and a bunch of Google links. It didn't do it like this back before Gemini. Scroll back a bit, around half. Scroll back a bit where? What? Around half what? I'm sorry, I missed that, Riptane. What is that about? Oh, yeah, I'm tired of AI. Oh, the moon stream. Let's see. When you say scroll back, I'm assuming you mean the seek here? Oh, look at it, all dark and stuff. It's beautiful. Oh, it's the blood moon! Man, this stuff is fantastic. It's really beautiful. You can see a crater right here, and the marks of the debris. I wonder if we are ever gonna see a big meteor impact on the moon someday. Like, I'm pretty sure if this crater right here, let's put this on full screen. I'm pretty sure this crater right here, which I think you guys can see on stream, when that happened millions of years ago, I'm pretty sure this could have been seen from Earth. It probably showed even if just a little flash, but it probably could have been seen from Earth as a flash of light, maybe some kind of explosion, or well, maybe not, because there's no air in space, so there cannot be fire. But I'm pretty sure this must have been visible from Earth. What I'm trying to say is, I wonder if someday we are going to be able to see any generation of humans, now that we have telescopes and whatnot, if we are ever going to see a big impact on the moon. Because to my knowledge, I don't think anyone has ever happened ever since we became aware of the moon and space and stuff. Oh, that is beautiful. Really beautiful. But yeah, it would be cool to see such a thing. I do say. Alright, let's finish this S. Haven't I already worked on this part of the ladder? I don't remember doing so, but it does kind of look like I did. I think I did do work on this. Oh, I didn't do it on here, up there. Alright, let's go there. Okay, this is done. This is not. Oh, by the way, Doxy, your birthday is on the same day as Brazil's Independence Day. Little fun fact there. Useless fun fact, but one nonetheless. It's nearly over. Yeah, what's interesting is that those things, they usually don't last for very long. Which is interesting because it only goes to show how fast Earth is moving. Earth and the moon is moving around the Earth as well. And the sun and whatnot and whatever and everything. Anyway, it just goes to show just how fast we are actually moving through space, even though we don't really feel like it. And we don't really notice until we stop and actually pay attention to it. It's fascinating. Calculated it once. What did you calculate? How long it takes? How fast it happens? Man, I can hardly calculate my budget, and there you are calculating space stuff. Oh man, I should not have mentioned calculating my budget, because I have no idea how the hell I am going to afford my bills. Could hardly manage right. I think this bit here is a little too flat. Oh, actually no, it is. There's a corner here, which is even worse. The moon moves around a quarter arc minute per second. Arc minutes? I never heard that term before. Arc minute. Yeah, I never heard it before. Is it division on a degree? Oh, I see. .300 circle. Mm-hmm. I think there might be one or two too many anchor points here. Let's remove this one. Yes, I think that was a good idea. Now, as for this part here, sometimes I don't feel right at all. I kind of feel like removing this anchor point over here, but I'm going to keep it there for now. Things get complicated, so I watched and waited for. No, I will remove it. Let's see if this is going to be a good idea or not. Oh, actually, you know what? I think it is. Yes. This is much better. Alright. I think I'm done shaping these curves with the pen tool. Let's make selection and fill this with color. And then make the necessary corrections. 60 arc minutes equal 1 degree. Oh, I see. Of course, arc, because it goes around. It arcs around. Makes sense. Alright, let's save, because, you know, always save your progress often. Yeah, whatever. You know, last Sunday I was dreading making this ass because I kept saying this was probably going to be the most difficult one because of how much everything curves there, but this was actually way easier than I thought it was going to be. It doesn't even look like I'm gonna have to do any corrections or tweaks to it. Look at that. It just looks like it is on the cloth. Look at that. Oh. Nice. Well, maybe a tiny correction right here, because I think I am seeing a little bit of a corner happening there. And I think this here could curve inwards a little bit more. But otherwise, it's great. I dare say it's great. Far better than I thought it was going to be. Wow. Alright, let's make this correction here. Well, it's not really a correction, it's more like a small tweak. But let's do it. And I think that is the only one that I gotta do. Everything else seems to be just fine as it is. It's wonderful. So basically, one day has 864,000 seconds, 60 times 60 times 24. Take the 360 degrees of a circle and divide it by 864,000. You get 1 to the 240th. That's a lot of math. I cannot math. Today's Sunday. I'm not supposed to math on Sundays. Space is a fascinating thing, honestly. A lot of stuff going on out there. It is sad, however, that we, as a species, know more about space than we know about what's underwater in our planet's oceans. I don't know about that, guys. I don't really think that is a very accurate... How should I say it? A very accurate statement to be making, because, yes, sure, we do know very little, relatively speaking, about what's going on deep underwater in our oceans, but to say we know more about space than we know about that, yeah, I don't really buy that, because space is a really big space. Yeah, space, big space. There's far too much out there. Yeah, I still need to do a little bit more tweaking there, I think. Actually, no, because the banner, the cloth, is supposed to be curving like this. So yeah, the way this part of the ass is curving, that is actually correct. It doesn't really look like it without the grid, because it's all flat colors. Should look fine when I shade everything, because that's what this is being designed for, after all. That means the moon moves on 1 degree every 4 minutes, 250 seconds, 240 seconds. Nice. Yeah, it's actually very fast. As I was saying, we don't really notice it until we stop and pay close attention to it. But it actually is moving very fast. Guys, I finished it. I finally, after several months, I finished the word commissions on this freaking banner. Thank God, because this was a lot of work. Oh, I also gotta add... Wait. There's transparency here. Why is that different? Oh, it has a blending mode. Okay, copy layer style. Let's apply that to these. Paste. 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 Should I be doing this letter by letter? No, actually no. Clear. 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 And let's go back to coffee over here. And also clear these. Now they are gonna have a blending mode, but I'm going to merge all of the letters together first. Excuse me. So save, and let's save it again, but with a different file name, so I can keep this stage of progress as a backup in case I do need to go back to having the letters in separate layers. So instead of alpha 6, let's do alpha 7. And let's merge these together. There we go. And now I can put the layer style back on. Let's do the same thing for the word commissions. Actually, I think I can select all of these together and just click on merge layers. Yes, perfect. Perfecto. There we go. So now, at least in theory, and this is the idea, so now I do not need to shade the word itself, only the banner, because the blending style, what's it called again? Blending mode that I have applied to the word, it should allow for any shading or whatever else I may put on the banner to show through the letters, and therefore not need for anything else there. Like as you can see here, if I enable back the grid layer, we can see it through the letters. Nice. Okay, so disable this, and we can close that and save. I think that with this I can finally move on to shading, and before I shade, I got actually just remembered, I gotta finish his eyes. His eyes are unfinished. Let's work on them. How about your eyes again? It's been a while. Is that expand this? Oh, none of his layers are merged yet. Yeah, I'm gonna have to merge them before I do any shading. But before I worry about that, let me focus on his eyes. That's not too bad. Slightly creepy maybe, but not too bad. That is a little creepy. You know what's even creepier? If I do this. Yeah, there. No, it's just all flat white. Oh, let's not do that. Okay, this here is the layer that I want. Just as a quick recap on how I usually do eyes on my dragons. Let me reference something for myself. I am using a new style for making eyes, because this is different from what I had in my memory and what I was going to do originally before I checked this reference here. It should start the same, however, as the old method. So let's do that first. No, hold up a second. No, actually that might not be what I have in mind. So the way I used to do eyes, the effects on the eyes, I'd start with the burn tool and the smallest hard brush possible. And what I would do, let me disable these effects real quick so it's easier to see what I'm doing. There. So what I would do is use the burn tool and do this. So go all around like this. There. And then I would keep working on it from there. But clearly I have changed my style for making eyes. Now I should know this, and I do, but it's been a while, so I don't remember. Oh, I forgot to stop this. So anyway, because it's been a while and I don't really remember this new style that I just started, and I'm going to look into this picture here, the PSD file for it. Yes, this one, perfect. Wow, Texan, happy Sunday, and welcome to the stream, my guy. Thank you for joining. Yeah, let's expand the eye group. Hey, I'm doing okay, everything considered, as okay as I can. Oh no, this is actually something else completely different from what I thought it was. Ah, why is this not named? Oh, I thought I was wrong about how I'm supposed to go with this, but no, I was wrong in thinking that I was wrong. The effect is actually achieved, this new effect is actually achieved by something else completely different from what I thought. So I do still am supposed to start by just drawing lines like this. I think. Wait. Hold on. That doesn't really look like the burn tool. It is not the burn tool. What the hell is this? Should I actually just use a brush? Or did I use the dodge tool? Neither one. I refuse to believe I used a brush for this. I don't remember ever doing it like that. It has always only been the burn tool, but this is too dark. Alright, let's try the brush. But what exactly is this color? Where did it come from? This doesn't feel right. There's no blending modes or effects on this layer. Yeah, that is too dark. And that's just the wrong shade. It must have been a brush. Yeah, that looks more right, but that's the wrong shade of brown for that. Have I saved the reference for these colors? If I did, it's not in this file. Actually, let's keep this on. So I have been thinking about getting an e-bike from Amazon to get around town, but I am just not quite sure yet. I want to buy my I want to buy I was gonna read I want to buy my gut. I want to, but my gut is telling me no, so I am being smart and listening to my gut. I mean, what would be the cons of doing it? Why shouldn't you? Putting aside the reasons why you should, of course. Why shouldn't? I did this on a separate layer completely, and then I merged everything together. So I did use a brush after all. How the hell did I get to that shade of brown though? You know what, screw it, I'm just going to sample from here. Okay. So a new layer here. Well, save me on diesel fuel costs, wear and tear on my truck, easy access to local areas, saves money. Well, those would be some pros, I guess. But what about the cons? Because I think you also have to weigh how often you should be needing to go out with it, how far you are going to need to travel. You know, factoring the weather. How much time it is going to take to get from point A to point B. Recharge that thing shouldn't be much of an issue because the battery is way smaller than on an EV car, so it should be faster. Take into account also how often you buy groceries and whatever other stuff you might need to transport. Where you're going to park the thing when you get to point B. Let me try to zoom out, this might help a little bit. Nah, doing like this is not going to work. This is not circular enough for that to work like that. I'm going to hide his face. That maybe might help. That's really creepy. Yeah, there. Jesus Christ, that mouth. That is creepy. It's like kind of like removing the face of one of those realistic robots they show off at some expos every now and then. Yeah, this can be better. Yeah, I know this is something I have been considering also. Now I have thought about getting an iPad as well, but still thinking on that as well. Oh, buy a bicycle. I was gonna say it can be good exercise, so it's healthy, but if you're getting an electric bicycle, you know, one that doesn't really require you to pedal to make the thing move. Where, I mean, it kind of throws away the exercise aspect of it out of the window, right? I mean, sure, you can still pedal the thing, but if you're getting one with a motor, you're not really going to be using the motor. I mean, the pedals that often. Yes, an iPad would be nice to have, but and such. But at the same time, compared to my PC, not sure I really need it. I know I'm saving money starting next month for a new gaming PC in December, October, November, December. I plan to save $500 each month. I am so envious that you can even manage to save that much money per month, because try and do that over here on a minimum wage. It's literally impossible. The e-bike is manual and auto. I would not have to use the electric part unless I want to. Yes, that's what I'm saying, you know. Because sure, you can still pedal the thing, but if you are going to have a motor to make the thing move for you, I can't really imagine you are going to use the pedal more often than the motor. Because otherwise, if you do still plan on pedaling everywhere, why even bother with an EV in the first place? You know? I say EV, but I mean the electric bicycle. E-bike. It would be great for going up hills, but still. If the idea is to pedal for exercising, I still think a regular traditional bicycle would be more efficient at that. Cheaper, certainly. A lot cheaper. I haven't ridden a bicycle since 2015. I want to restore mine. I still have it. I come back to that pic. No sleep today, guess. You mean this here thing? Yeah, that is kind of creepy. Excuse me. Don't worry, I'm gonna hide all of this back soon. I'm gonna put his face back on. Right now I just need easy access to his eyes. I mean, I don't need this to be perfect. A lot of it is not going to be visible. Well, not a lot, but some of it is not going to be visible. But I still want this to look just right. So don't mind me if I keep doing, undoing, and redoing all of this. This might take a while. And I still have the other eye to work on. By the way, Eclipse is over. Well, better luck next time. I'm catching the next one. Also, should probably save the Scholar sample for future use. Remind me to not let me forget about doing that. One of the nice things about working with digital art is that if you make a mistake, you can always undo the mistake and not waste any materials. Whereas with traditional art, if you make a mistake, you cannot simply undo it. And depending on what you are doing or how you are doing it, you might have to scrap the whole thing and therefore waste materials. Does that mean that I am implying that digital art is better than traditional art? Absolutely not. Both are great and both have their pros and cons. Okay, that is going to work. That works. Let's do the same thing for the other eye. Let me save a sample of the Scholar though. For reference. Okay, right here, making a layer there. Texture. And speaking of traditional art, I do plan on going back to making traditional art, which is something that I haven't done since mid to late 2008. I almost said 18, but no, it was 2008. It's been a while. my skills, my art skills, as far as traditional art are concerned, they haven't improved a single bit since 2008. I miss doing traditional art. And the reason why, I talked about this on stream before, the reason why I don't do traditional art anymore is because, well, my desk is too tiny and uncomfortable to work on anything traditional here. I don't really have the necessary room on my desk to put down a notebook and comfortably work on it. And even if I did, my light source is not ideal for it. It casts too much shadow. I mean, it makes my hand cast too much shadow over the thing that I am working on. So I can't really see it well. My dad left a much larger desk on the other side of the room. Also, his computer is there. And eventually I'm going to finish reorganizing everything there, and I'm going to set up that desk so I can use it to make traditional art and live stream from that PC over there. Meaning that in the future, I don't know when, but in the future, I will be able to do traditional art on the Chill Art Sunday, streaming from the other desk over there. And that should be fun. I'm certainly looking forward to it. Let me finish this and I will read your message there, Texan. I might have to redo this. Yes, I'm gonna have to redo it. Almost. And I still think this could have been better. But it's not too bad, I think. Let's check this. Yeah, that works. All right, let's put his face back on so we are no longer creeped out by his chompers. There we go. Much better. Much better. Sorry, but I'm not sure if you have been talking to me, but I had to step away because of company. No problem, Texan. Frankly, I don't remember what I was saying anyway. Yeah. Okay, let's move this over to here so it's more visible. Now, I don't know if between this and the next file I added any specific effects to the Hoopla texture there, or if I just merged it down to the face. Because this here clearly has at least shading on it. Yeah, maybe that is everything. What is this? What is on this layer exactly? Excuse me. Also, why is that yellow? Excuse me, why is that yellow? What is this yellow here? Where did it come from? The hell? Oh, I'm on the wrong layer. Huh. Oh, I'm on the wrong file, actually. Wait, what? Huh? Is that how I did the shading on this eye? Overlay 100% opacity. Oh, it is. That is how I achieved the brightness there. Look at that. Oh, I had completely forgotten about this. Or I just didn't really learn it very well, because I think this was the first time that I used this style of effects for the eyes. Ah. Well, what does this look like exactly on the final version here without the layer style? Is that just white? No, that's not white. No. I don't even know how I did that. This looks like it is all one color. E1, E1, E1. No, this is different. Which is funny because this here is the final version of this effect, but if I go back to Alpha 0 here, the file Alpha 0, that's clearly a completely different color, which obviously I moved on from, but I'm trying to figure out how I made this effect, so bear with me, guys. Wait, why is that green now? E1, and pure white. Yes. Okay, so sample this back.
Talking old school, just we back in the days was the problem that time. Imagine all the great singing together in rhymes and listening together on old gramophones and on old radios. It was a hell of a time. Let me tell you, young and man, the old days were grand. You walked out to the mission and you're losing the sand. Have no worries, always grand as can be. So everybody take a listen, open your eyes and see.
Interesting. So where's my light source in this again? Up here, right? From his perspective, it's here. From mine, it would be like here. Basically, where my actual light source is. All right. In that case, my shading. Let's do one eye at a time. Yes, let's begin with this one. Why is this layer locked? No, I see. Soft round brush. Maybe a bigger size. And actually, I think I'm going to use an airbrush for this. Yes. Should be more even. So I'm starting with what is presumably the shadow part of the shading. Hold up. Huh. Okay. Let's make this brush a little smaller for this. I now switched colors to the pure white one. I'm sorry I'm silent, guys. I'm just focusing on this. I have no idea if I am doing this right for the record. I'm just doing it. Okay. Alright. Is this gonna work? I don't know. I don't know. But let's paste the layer style that I copied from the other file, from the other project. And let's see what it looks like. Where's the... there. Yeah? I mean, yeah? I guess. Unfinished, yeah, but... yeah. So that's how I'm doing eyes now. On dragons anyway, because the style that I use for ponies, for example, is a different one. This style doesn't really work out for ponies. Not in my style. Not the way I draw them. Nice. To save on time, I'm just going to copy the... I'm just going to copy the layer style from these. And transfer them over to these here. Where's that for the left one? Here. Paste layer style. I think that's about it for those. Look at this one here. Wait, why can't I copy layer style for this one? New update from Yormi 6x64 2.5.0. Hey, my dragon, here's an update from a project for you follow. Thanks. It says here this layer does have some blending modes to it, some effects, but it doesn't. It doesn't. Why does it say it does? I'm seeing an effect there. Ah, it's this layer here, which isn't named for whatever reason. And it has no effects on it. It's just there. It just exists. Ah. I mean, it does look like it has opacity. Could you shut up, phone? I'm gonna assume this here is pure white, and I just used the edge of a soft round brush to make that. Let me not name this just yet.
Peace and laughter came to such a savage end, but that's alright. It's alright. It's not for her. She was taken with a strong disinclination. She's in your
Okay.
head. You wrote her resume. She's gonna find herself another occupation.
Is size 100 too big for this? It might be. I'll try it anyway. If it is, I'll just switch. Yes, I think it might be too big. Let's switch to 65. Nah, let's go with 100. I just gotta apply this correctly. This actually looks much better than this here. Hey, welcome back, Riptane. Yes, it looks better. Either I applied the thing on the wrong layer. That explains it. That explains why it doesn't look right. I was on the wrong damn layer. God damn it. I was on the wrong layer. Taking a break from the Switch for today. Yeah, it's good. Take some rest. Rest your mind. That still doesn't look quite right. Let me check on an earlier version of that effect. No, that is just how it is. Okay, I wonder, let me just copy this and paste it here. Oh, it's actually a couple of colors. I'm gonna assume it is white and black. Like actual white and actual black. Put black here, it's kinda hard to see though. Yeah, I still think the original effect on the other project looks better than this. I did a lot of work today already, and I'm tired. Bro, my mind is fine. It's my knees that knuckle shifted painfully. Yeah, oh, by the way, that reminds me. Speaking of knees, a few days ago, you know those huge staplers that are usually used to staple down thick amounts of paper? So at this copier shop that I am working at, they have one of those. And I went to use it for the first time. I didn't hold it correctly, so when I pressed down to staple, the stapler basically did a flip and fell off the counter. It hit a shelf inside the counter and then it bounced towards my right knee, and it hurt a little bit at the time, but it was fine. It didn't bother me. It doesn't hurt now. But a couple nights ago, I realized I have what's it called in English again? I forget the word. It left a mark on my knee. It left a purple/black mark on my knee. Yeah, it's still there. It's not as bad as it looked yesterday yet. I mean, I could try to show it to you guys, but I don't know, it would be very awkward, so I'm not. But anyway, I think this is the first time, as far as my memory is concerned, that I get hit by something and bruise. That's the word that I was looking for. And it actually leaves a bruise mark. I don't remember ever having that kind of thing happen to me before. Oh, rest for today and continue tomorrow. That is a good plan. I was on an adventure like you, but then I took a stapler to the knee. Yeah, it's the first time that I get hit by something, or that I hit something and a bruise appears. At least one that stays, that lingers for a few days. I don't remember that happening before, when I was younger. I guess I'm just getting old. Okay, yeah, the original looks better. Let me try to make this better. Yeah, maybe all I need is to use a little less color on this. And with that, use more of the edge of the brush, if that makes any sense. There. Now for the dark part. I'm gonna have to hide his face. That's the current status, town square, let's see. Ah, that is looking much nicer. Much nicer. Damn, that's a thick cable. That is thick. That's what you said. Holy crap, they are thick. Jesus. Very thick. What's this? So, oh, that's the PS5 you were cleaning the other day. I see. More screws than games in that thing. Alright, let's keep working on this. Actually, I think for the black color here, I can use a smaller brush. Alright. Yeah, I think that works. I think that looks much better. Much better. And you know what? Oh no, actually I do have to use 2 layers for these eyes, for this effect on the eyes. 1 for each eye. Alright, what I'm going to name this one. Left pupil shading. And let's do another one for the right eye. Right pupil. Get out of here, bug. Shading. NYM-J 3x2.5 millimeters. PS5 repaired and cleaned up. Yep. Yeah, those cables there are very thick. Do they have to be that thick? Sneeze alert. Yeah. Excuse me. I hope I'm not coming down with something, but I have been sneezing rather often these past couple weeks. More so this last week now. And also my nose has been running. Let me put his face back on momentarily. Yeah, that's about right.
Hello friends, it's time for ponies again. What would we do without them? What would we do without them?
Okay, that works. Let's save and put his face back on. Oh, that is looking so much nicer. Oh, that is looking so much nicer. There's a mosquito flying here. Just landed on my shirt. It flew away again. I'm about to commit bugicide. Where'd you go? It's amazing. Every single time that I pick this thing up to kill a bug, the bug disappears. It only shows back again when I put this thing away. I hate that. It's like they despawn. I hate bugs. Want memes? Yes! Memes! I want memes. Give me memes. Memes are amazing. Oh, this one is a video. Let's pause the music. It do be that way. It do be that way. Absolutely 100%. Very clear and calming, nice chime. And then there's that. You can't understand a word. Oh man. Yes, it do be that way. Other than shading the iris itself, this here rather, the pupil. I think I have finished the effects for these eyes. Oh, they're looking so nice. Now they do look a little off because the body itself is not shaded at all. It's all flat colors, aside from the scales effect, of course. But I assure you, when the body is shaded, those eyes, they are going to look very good on it. But for now, I need a brief bathroom break, so I'll be back in a moment, guys. Oh, by the way, I made a new thing for my OBS scenes. Excuse me. Particularly for when I go BRB. I still haven't finished it 100%, but it is already working as intended, at least for the most part. So, and it is this. Before, when I would press the BRB button on my Stream Deck here to, you know, have the message scroll across the screen saying that I was away, but I would be coming back soon. It would only display the message, but to hide the webcam, I actually have to put this cover on top of it to, you know, this, so you guys don't see me leaving and coming back. But now I made a thing that when I enable the scrolling message, it also hides the webcam itself. And here, let me show you what it does. There. It shows the message as before, but then it also puts a black screen over the webcam. And there's Sylvie taking a little coffee break. It's very cute. But yeah, it's still unfinished. Because whenever I hit the BRB button on the Stream Deck to show the message, whether or not I have the webcam enabled on the screen or not, I mean, even if I don't have the webcam enabled, that black screen there and the little dragon drinking his coffee or tea, could be either one, it still shows. So what I want to do is that it only shows when I do have the webcam enabled at all. Because here, let me show you real quick. I'm going to disable the webcam, so you're not going to see my face. So there, now the webcam is off. But if I hit the BRB again, come on, work, damn it. There. Even without the webcam on, when I press the BRB button to show the message, Sylvie still shows up as if the webcam was enabled. So I still gotta work on this some more. So that only shows, let me re-enable the webcam. So that only shows there when the webcam is actually enabled. Anyway, I'll be back in a few minutes, guys. I need to use the bathroom. I'll be right back.
Catch me as I fall. One day I'll see that I'm worthy.
And I'm back. I really like how this little change that I made to the BRB thing works. It's nice. Oh, by the way, let me show something real quick. Where is that? I can... Ah, here. If I hide the layer, the black layer that covers the webcam thing, and I go on the BRB thing again, then it's just Sylvie there drinking his coffee. But if I actually leave the chair, you stand on the side here, it kind of looks like he is the one sitting on the chair. Look at that. I like that. So one thing that I am thinking about on how I can improve this is by, instead of having a black background there to obscure the webcam completely, and just have Sylvie, the little dragon there in front of it, is to, I don't know, maybe take a picture. Yeah, let me stand up away from the camera again. Just take a picture of this scene here, you know, just my chair, my empty chair there, and just use that as a background for Sylvie. So instead of a black instead of a black background hiding the webcam, it's just a picture of the chair, so it looks like Sylvie's the one sitting on the chair while I'm actually away. So anyway, it's something that I am still thinking of and working on. Anyway, point is, I like it. Alright, let's continue this. So I think for the most part the eyes are finished, but I still have to do at least 2 other kinds of shading on them. But I'll work on that later. For now, let's just save, close the group. What is the next thing that I'm going to work on here? I think shading everything is the next step. Yes, I think that is what I am supposed to do. Oops, my bad. Oh, dummy, I have to merge the layers first. Alright, let's see. That's kind of nice. I'm still new to making this scales effect, so I have to ask myself, am I using any kind of extra effects on them, on just them? Let me check. Well, this here is not going to help very much. Open Alpha 2 again. Actually, I need a file where the layers are not merged yet. No. Oh, the mosquito is back. Okay, this actually answers my question. I am not using any extra lighting effects on the scales themselves. Alright. Even though it kind of looks like I am, but no. So that means I can merge them just fine. Okay, merge down. Body colors. The underlying layer has a layer mask. If this is preserved, then it will mask the merged result. Apply the mask. Yes. Okay. Good. Good. So rename this to just body. And let's move on to the next section. The next body part. Merge down. Merge down. Right leg. Jaw muscle. Okay, so these two go together. Upper teeth line arts. Alright, so these two go together. Oops. Ah! Come on, cancel. Oh, hey, look. It's not toothless. Oh, it looks weird. I don't like it. Here, the tongue. Now the teeth on the other side. Nice. Wait a minute, something's wrong here. This is wrong. Why is this over the line art for the man on the back? For how long has that been like that? And why? Well, whatever, it's no big deal. No harm done. Okay, good. Okay, so now I think that all of his layers have been successfully merged. So now he should be ready for receiving shading. Yes. All right. Very good. Thanks, Texan. Have you fed him yet? Yeah, he's probably well fed. Okay, let's save this and actually keep this stage of progress as a backup, just in case I need to go back to this and not have to re-merge all of the layers in case something goes horribly wrong. So for that, I'm going to save again as Alpha 9. There. And now I can begin shading. I actually really like shading. Okay, hide the color set because I shouldn't need that anymore. 100% exposure, range mid-tones, that is correct. Size of the brush, however, I'm going to bring it up to 300. And we gotta remember where the light source is located in this picture. Therefore, lighting should begin here. There's some light on his face. And also some back here. And down here, just not as much. Alright, that should be good for starters. Let's switch to the burn tool. And now make everything a lot darker. Yes. Well, it looks like someone has been out in the sun for too long. Okay, that should be enough. Let's go back to the dodge. Let's make this brush a lot bigger, 800, but drop the exposure to 50%. Also, this is 80, not 800. Now I'm gonna do the same thing that I just did with the burn, but I'm gonna do it with the dodge, but at half the force, half the exposure that I used. And this is going to give me the balance that I'm looking for on the shades of the colors, if that makes any sense. Anyway, point is, it is going to make the lighting that I started here look a lot more natural, like he's actually in the scene. There it is. Okay, so that was the start, right, for the main part of the lighting. Let's switch back to the burn and do the shading, the actual shading. But instead of running the burn tool all over the character, this time I'm only going to use it on specific areas and with half the exposure. So instead of having 100% exposure on the brush, I'm gonna work with 50% exposure. And this is supposed to go only on the areas. I need a smaller brush. Only on the areas where the light is not really hitting, or where there should be less light, and therefore where there should be shadows. So like behind his jawline and underneath his jaw, because again the light is coming from up here. All right. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I hit the wrong key on the keyboard. Oops. Wrong brush. Let's add a little bit of shading to the bottom part of his spot here on the wall. That should be enough. Perhaps a little bit here. Not much. And a little bit here on the neck as well. Now let's add, with a smaller brush, let's add just a little bit of shadow here on his head. There. Why? Because we have this little string of mane over here. That piece of hair. It should be casting a shadow here. I just have to do it right. That can be better. It can still be better. Also, the perspective can be a lot better. I'll use airbrush. Too thick. Yeah, that's fine. That works. Let's save. Let's switch back to the regular soft round brush. And let's do some shading to where his skin here is bending with his smile. Banding? Folding? Whatever. This. Lower part of his lip. And a bit more here too. The nice thing about a well done shading is that it can make even the flattest of pictures seem like it has depth. Maybe even make it look three-dimensional. And in some cases, if you are skilled enough, if the artist is skilled enough, make it look actually real. I'm very far from that stage though. I do not have the skills for making stuff like that. Okay. Now, oops. Now a little bit here on his nostrils. That can be better. I keep getting this part here right, but over here it always messes up a little bit because I don't know if you can tell, but there's too much dark right here outside of the line art, and although there is supposed to be some, it is not supposed to be like that. It doesn't look natural. There is a way to get this done right, and I will find it.
I've been having trouble trying to keep my first stop to eat half the food.
What if I switch to an airbrush instead? Yeah, I think an airbrush is the way to go. Yeah, that looks better. Not great, not terrible. It will work. Yup. Okay. Oh, I still have to do shading on the main. Almost forgot about that. Ah, balls. That's wrong. Wait, why was that making it lighter if it's the burn tool? Well, I was holding a key. Was it Alt? Ah! If you hold Alt while using the burn tool, it acts like the dodge? What if I do the same thing but with the dodge tool? Oops. Okay, so this is without holding Alt. What if I do hold Alt? Ah! It does work the same, just the other way around. I just accidentally learned something new. I just accidentally learned something new about Photoshop that I didn't know before. Oh, that's neat. Cool. Yeah, very cool. But anyway, I don't need that right now. What I need is to shade his mane. Let's be very gentle with this because this part of his body is actually quite exposed to light. So I cannot just add shadows everywhere, all willy-nilly. It has to be done just right. Just on the right amounts and on the right spots. Brush here, I think, is what I have to use after all.
There's a horse on a sticker of the new apples that I've been buying. They're delicious and they're juicy. If you haven't yet, they're well worth trying. Just look in your local store and I'm sure they'll have them by the barrel. Just look in the fruit section for the giant sign that says AJ's Honest Apple.
That doesn't look right. That still doesn't look quite right. You know what? let's leave that for now. I'm not gonna do anything about that there just yet. Let's add some extra lighting bits now, but also to specific areas. This time, in order to enhance the already present lighting. So like here on his cheek. That was a little too much. Some here. On top of his eye. Some here on top of his muzzle and the snout. That's fine. And a bit on the very edge of his jaw. Even though I did add shading here earlier, there should be some lighting on the very edge here. After all, light is coming from basically everywhere all around him, regardless of the light source. The thing about the light source is just how much stronger and how much more light there should be on some specific side of the character. Otherwise, this being a daytime scene, there is supposed to be light coming from all around, because that is how light works outside, on the outdoors. Should I have added a little bit of red right here on the corner of the eye? Because you know, this little thing we have here in our own, and like I did over here. Well, it's fine without it, and now it is too late to add any, so I'm not going to bother. Yes, this is right, but I might need to use a larger brush than that. Let's go back to the burn. And yeah, this size is fine. No, it is not. What's that, 25? Let's pick, yeah, 35. And add just a little bit right here. That can be better. I'm getting hungry. Yeah, that works. No, that's too much for that there. I think that's it for his head. Don't really think I gotta add any more shading here, or do I? Maybe right here on the base of the horn? I'm gonna try this, but with less exposure. Let's try 20%. It's fine without that. I think I do need to add some extra shading, however, to the back of his jaw here. Yes, I do. Ah, yes, a little bit of lighting here too. That is gonna do wonders. If I do it right, of course. Which I did, but it can be better. So I'm gonna do it again. Actually, let me use the airbrush. That should give me an even better result. Nice, nice, nice. Yes, that works. That works. It does, however, kind of beg for some extra shading now up here. Very really small stuff though. No, that might have been too much. Wesley without it. Yeah. Alright, let's save and add some extra lighting now for more highlights on the rest of this body. So here, let's begin with this paw. This brush might be too big for this. Yes, that works just fine. Now for his shoulder. That can be so much better. What if I use an airbrush instead? Yeah, the airbrush gives me a better result, I think. So airbrush it is. So some extra highlights here on the back of his neck. And a little bit extra on his horn. But here, however, I do have to be careful because this horn is on the same layer as the mane on the top of his head. And what I am doing here is not really supposed to be applied to the mane as well. Yeah, nice. Since I'm up here, let's do some highlights to his mane, because those are required there. Let's save first. Saving done. Let's be very gentle with this. It looks fine here, but I don't like how it looks like over there. Not one bit. I think 2 applications of this should be enough for this part.
I'm just a mouse. I'm just a weed. I'm just a rain.
Let me start this one over.
I feel happy, but I don't know what else I need. I'm just a trumpet. That's the way it seems. I'm just a bird horse, learning how to play when I'm living inside a dream. I'm just a girl.
Ah, much better. Much better.
I'm just a handbag.
Yeah, can I stop doing that?
Tell me why you want to me. 'Cause I'm just some blue thing. I'm not ready and I don't know what else I need.
Come on. I have to use airbrush for this. The thing is, I have 2 different types of essentially the same kind of soft round brush. Okay, so I have these here, which are just called soft round, you know, and the way they work is the harder I apply, the harder I press, the softer and the rounder the application of the effect is, as you can see there. But the lighter I press, the harder and more visible and smaller the circle is. So as I apply, I'm pressing this very lightly, by the way. So depending on how I am applying this effect, the mere movement of touching on the tablet, dragging across and then releasing while I'm still dragging, it essentially causes this to happen, where it starts hard, goes soft, and then it ends hard again like that. And for many things it works great this way, but for some others it doesn't, and I am running into that issue right now, where I'm trying to add some extra lighting here, and as you can see, it goes hard at one end, then soft again, and then hard again. And that is being a little bit of a problem. As for the airbrush, however, the way it works is a bit different. Instead of making it small and harder and more visible at the start or at an end, depending on how hard you press on the pen or not, the way this does, the way this goes, I mean, is if you press very lightly, you can hardly see anything happening, but the harder you press, the more visible the effect becomes. The size, the range, so to speak, size of the brush, however, it remains the same. It just changes how much of the effect gets applied. I know of another thing that starts soft, then goes hard upon applying pressure and goes his face is kind of like, yeah, I know what you mean too. But yeah, now the issue over here is that I kind of need this effect to be like this with this version of the brush, but without it getting harder right there and more visible like that, you know. But I can't really do it with this one, and I don't really think the airbrush is going to help very much because, wow, it just gets too round over there. I'm not happy with how this looks like. Oh, maybe I can get some work around here. And I fixed it. I just fixed it. Okay, I think I was overthinking this way too much. All right. There's the zoom. Now let's add some extra lighting here. Okay, for this I think the airbrush is the way to go. Yes, that looks much better, much nicer. Do I need shading below these? I don't really think I do, but let me try it anyway. Because maybe I do and I just don't realize it that I do. And indeed, I do believe that is the case, where I do need to add some shading here, but I just don't realize that I do. Yes, yes. Okay, good. Let's go back to the dodge and keep adding highlights.
Hold on to this new home.
Oh no. This bit here in particular, that is awful. Okay, that works. Yes, let's change the size of the brush. Let's go with a number 30. Somewhere here too. Do shading is fun, but it's not the easiest thing. It's not hard either. But you do have to be very careful when doing it so you can do it right. It of course depends kind of, or mainly, or maybe completely, entirely, on the method you use for shading, of course. I'm still stuck with using the dodge and burn tool. I rely too much on these. But there are other methods, some maybe even far more effective than this. I kind of started using a different method, and I think I actually went with that on this picture here, at least partially. But for what I am doing here right now, dodge and burn are still the best choice. Would you believe if I told you that even to this day I still haven't peeled off all of the peelies on my tablet? I'm still keeping some of them on. I don't really want to remove these. They are keeping the tablet protected. What? What, Riptane? What? 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 Get your head out of the gutter. My tablet is using protection, okay? Finally. Finally what? The stream is starting? I forgot this entire time that I have water here. It's streaming time. I'm thinking about revising the intro once again and maybe change one or two songs. I'm keeping this one, but there's another one or two that I would like to replace with another one. I like all of them, but I also like variety. And how I was alive, and how my soul came crashing out of the void. I didn't question it, I thought it would be unkind. It's just the way that I was designed, that's why I went with it. Don't awaken me, I'm still flying. And though the creatures down below must may be dying, don't say a word, I won't listen. Down in the atrium, the Pegasus is trying to slip away, does this all the time. I know I'll see him when his business is concluded. Happy to wait, here that will be fine. And when it's over, there will come a certain moment when I will gather all the poetry and painting. And though the waters will go quiet and remarkably clear, that's how I know that I can stay unreservedly undefined, forever far away. This here is going well, but this bit here, I'm not too happy with that. Alright, that works. Now here I gotta be careful because this part of the main and the horn, they are on the same layer. But as I did and said earlier when I was doing an extra effect right here on the horn, the effect of one is not supposed to be going over the other one. So I have to be careful not to get any of this lighting from the main on the horn. And if I do, that I get at the least amount of it as possible. All the days of silence are still in soft defiance, is still in here within me. Hills and plains so windy, the songs in shape of seabirds, another shade of blue, another playful moment that I don't quite remember. There we go. I think that as far as the head is concerned, all of the basic shading slash lighting is done. And I say basic because there are extra lighting effects, lighting and shading effects, that I am going to apply later on. But those will come like last thing. The chest, I haven't done anything to the chest yet. Is that too much? Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. It's gonna be fine. Don't worry about it. Everything's okay. No issues there. Just more lighting on the shoulder here, and maybe a little bit more here on the top of the neck. Back here. Yes. And save. That paw needs more lighting now. So let's add it. Times and this fast approaching heat, death is now encroaching. Why don't you come along and see it with me? You brought a puppy and no one willingly sparing you to see it will be my mercy. There we go. I am still going to enhance all of this a lot further. Well, not a lot further, but I'm going to enhance them further later on. For now, however, that's done. Let's move on to the next body part. This leg. Okay, that's fine for starters. This leg here should be the easiest part to shade. I might be using a too big of a brush for this. Drop to 35. There's more lighting on that paw, on that right paw, than there is on the left paw. This is not even. I like the amount of lighting on that one. That is fine. But it makes the left paw look off. How am I gonna get these two to look even? Without messing up anything, of course. What did I just do? Okay, whatever that is, let's not do that again. Okay, I think I've managed to balance these two. Alright, and I think that with that, the basic shading for the... Oh, wait a minute. Hang on, I had an idea that I don't know if it is going to be a good one, but I'm gonna try it anyway. Oh, that's lighting. Nah, let's not do that. Never mind. Alright, that concludes the basic shading / lighting for the right leg there. So let's save and move on to the next body part. So I think I'm going to leave the mouth interior to be shaded last. So let's skip all of this here for the moment. And do the mane on the back of his head. Look at the difference between the mane on the top of his head and the mane on the back of his head. This has been shaded, at least the basic shading and lighting. This is still all flat colors, no shading at all whatsoever, not yet. But I am about to change that. course it's too big. This is already making a huge difference. Look at this. My light just gave a flicker. I don't like that. Is there rain coming? It usually happens when there's rain outside of the city. Rain and lots of wind. Give me the forecast for tomorrow.
In Recanto dos Pasaros, it'll be partly cloudy, with a high of 34 and a low of 21.
34? I don't like the heat. 34 is too hot. By the way, you know something weird? So, you know Cortana, Siri, and the Google Assistant, you know how they sound mostly natural, you know, the way the assistant speaks sounds mostly natural, like it could actually be an actual person speaking in real time. It's not quite like that in Portuguese though. They still got a real person to voice the assistant, but at least as far as the Google Assistant is concerned, in Portuguese, Brazilian Portuguese, it sounds like a robot. Here, I'm gonna ask for the forecast in two languages. First in English, so it is going to reply in English. It should be giving me the same answer because I'm going to be making the same question, except one is going to be in English and the other in Portuguese. But anyway, I want you to pay attention to the tone of voice and the way the words are, you know, put together. Shave off 15 and it'd be still too hot. Yeah, kind of would. And actually, if I check on the forecast for later this week, I think it's gonna get even hotter. Yeah, according to this here, Monday the max should be 37 degrees Celsius. Let me see if you can see it. Right there, Monday, 37. Thank God where I am working they have AC, but outside that, no. Anyway, pay attention to the intonation, the way the words are put together on the responses. First in English, and then I'm going to ask the same thing in Portuguese. Give me the forecast for tomorrow.
Aqui estão alguns resultados.
I asked, give me the forecast for tomorrow, which is exactly what I asked about a minute ago, and the assistant told me it is going to be partially cloudy, 35 degrees, etc. This time, even though I asked the exact same thing, the assistant responded in Portuguese, and the results are not at all what I asked for. Well, for one, it apparently understood me saying, girls in the forecast for tomorrow. I kid you not, that is exactly what it's saying right here. I don't know if you can see it. And it says there, girls in the forecast for tomorrow. And in Portuguese, the assistant said, here are some results. That's not... Let's try again. Give me the forecast for tomorrow.
In Canto dos Pasaros, it'll be partly cloudy, with a high of 34 and a low of 21.
Alright, now it worked correctly. But you see, it sounds natural, it sounds like it could be an actual person speaking in real time, even though it isn't. An actual person did voice it, but point is, it sounds natural. But pay attention to this same answer, but in Portuguese. Check the voice. The voice they gave the assistant in Portuguese and the way they added the voice so the thing can actually speak. I'm gonna ask the same thing, but in Portuguese. Me dê a previsão do tempo para amanhã.
Em Recanto dos Pássaros amanhã, vai estar parcialmente nublado, com máxima de 34 e mínima de 21.
Doesn't it sound like a robot? Maybe even a drunken robot? Essentially, she said, tomorrow in Recanto dos Passaros it is going to be partially cloudy with a high of 34 and a low of 21. It sounds awful! Why must it suck so much? Come on, can't this country get even that right? It's terrible! Cortana was way better. The hell was I doing here? I'm not sure, but I'm gonna keep going from here. I need a bigger brush for this. Which, by the way, you wanna know something kind of sad? Cortana on Windows 10 Mobile, it still kind of works, or at least it wants to work, but she can't because Microsoft shut down the servers. So it's kind of sad. Here, this is a Lumia phone. It's not my. It isn't the phone that I had as a daily driver, but it is a Lumia running Windows 10 Mobile. Let me ask for the forecast. Give me the forecast for tomorrow. It's trying.
I can't connect at the moment. Try again in a little bit.
The phone is connected to the internet. Are you connected to the internet?
I can't connect at the moment. Try again in a little bit.
I guess that's a no. I'm gonna ask how she's doing. How are you doing?
I can't connect at the moment. Try again in a little bit.
There is an answer that it gives where she says, I'm doing fine, but my connection with the internet is a bit wonky, or something like that. Man, Cortana was such a good assistant. I actually could make reminders with this thing by just telling it what I wanted, and it would do it perfectly. Like back when I was daily driving my Lumia 640 XL, and I would park in downtown to go to some client, I would activate Cortana and say, make a what were the words that I used? Make a reminder to add more time to the parking meter in 1 hour from now, something like that, and it would just work exactly as I wanted. It would create a reminder, it would write on the reminder, and quote, add more time to the parking meter, end quote. That's the phrase that it would put on the reminder, and it would set the reminder to go off in 1 hour from the moments that I ordered it to make the reminder. It would just work. Can that still work even without the service? Let me try. Make a reminder to test for 1 minute from now.
I don't think it's going to work.
Sorry, the internet and I aren't talking right now.
Yeah, no, it doesn't work. I like Cortana. Yeah, unfortunately, this is one of the things that Cortana relied on the servers, but they cannot do anymore because Microsoft shut it down. But anyway, point is, I can't do that with Google. Never worked. The way I could use the exact same sentence. Make a reminder to add more time to the parking meter for 1 hour from now, for example. And I tried when I migrated over to Android. It would understand it wanted me to make a reminder. That I wanted it to make a reminder, I mean, but it would butcher absolutely everything about it. So for the phrase that it would write on the reminder, for example, it actually would write down everything that I said. It would understand that I wanted to make a reminder, so it would create a reminder, and on the reminder it would put the phrase, make a reminder to add more time to the parking meter for 1 hour from now, end quote. And then it would ask me, when do you want this reminder to go off? And then I would have to manually set it up. So I stopped using that function. It sucked. It's terrible for making reminders. So now whenever I need/want to make a reminder, I just use the calendar and or an alarm and manually type down what I want. Have they improved that any bit? Let's test it. Make a reminder to add more time to the parking meter for 1 hour from now.
Got it. I'll remind you today at 7:16 p.m.
Did it work? Have they fixed it? It does say here, saved in Google Tasks, quote, add more time to the parking meter, end quote, and the time the thing should go off. It didn't do that before. Hang on. Now I gotta delete this reminder. How do I do that? It was way easier with Cortana.
Alright, the task. Today at 7:16 p.m. Add more time to the parking meter is deleted.
There, figured. Alright, let me try something simple for, like, now. What should I say? I'll say the same thing, but instead of 1 hour, I'm gonna do 1 minute. Remind me to add more time to the parking meter for 1 minute from now.
Alright, I'll remind you today at 6:18 p.m.
Okay. Suppose it's gonna go off in about a minute. Let's see if it actually works now, because it didn't. It was useless before. If they actually fixed it and made it work more like it did with Cortana. Oh, I figured why the pen isn't working. It's upside down. It's upside down. That's why it wasn't moving the cursor. I thought the computer had crashed. Anyway, if they made it work more like Cortana used to work, then it's actually going to be useful now. Right, where was I with this? And it's getting hot in here now. I need my fan. It worked! It actually worked. There it is. Add more time to the parking meter. As it should. I think that's kind of blurry, but... Huh! I was gonna say, count me impressed, but that's not really impressive. It's just how it should have worked from the beginning. But it never did. I wonder when they fixed this. Okay, good. It's actually useful now.
Good. Good. Alright, good to know. Let's finish at least this main here on today's show. Excuse me. And then I think I'm gonna wrap up because I am hungry. Shading and doing lighting on the main on his back here should be much easier than on the head. But I do have to make them match each other. After all, this piece over here is supposed to be the same as this one. That looks weird. What is going on here? Why is it like that? What if I smudge? I'm a genius. I'm a genius. That solves that problem. Cool. Cool. Fantastic. Okay, all right. It's too dark in here though. Let's do something about that. Yeah, that's better. Much better. Now, other than his mouth and his teeth, tongue, etc., I think all the basic shading for him is done. And actually, overall, that should be. Oh no, I still would have to shade the banner as well. But other than that, I think all the basic shading for everything is essentially done. Ooh. If I try to use dodge and burn to do the shading on the banner, that is definitely going to be tough. And the reason for that is because... Where's the banner? Is it here? Yes, it's here. The reason for that is because the base color of the banner. Dodge and burn, they don't go along very well with certain light colors. Or even some certain shades of dark colors. Save, and let me do a quick test. Yeah, like this, for lighting. Can hardly see anything there. For shading... What is that gonna be? What is that gonna be like? And for shading, it is a bit better. It's just not the greatest. I don't know, maybe it might work. Maybe it might work and I might just be overthinking this. In any case, I actually I still have time to keep going a little further with this today. But I'm kind of tired. Well, not really tired. I am hungry. And there's a few other things that I would like to be doing before the end of today. Because I gotta go back to bed early to get up to work tomorrow. So I think I'm going to stop here for now. And finish all of this shading. I was gonna say tomorrow, but no, on the next Stewart Sunday. Down Square? What's up? Nice. Though now that kind of looks like some kind of secret button that you should press to open a secret door somewhere. But yeah, nice. What is this exactly? What am I looking at? Haizung. Oh, all of this by itself is just a switch? This giant thing here that's just one switch? Why is it so big? What is the switch for exactly? This is cute. Very cute. But yeah, I'm gonna continue this some other time. Before I wrap up for today, however, let me go back to something that I finished a couple weeks ago, and let me see if I can improve it in any way. There is this one picture that I drew using Commodore 64 a few weeks ago. I finished that on stream, actually, on a Stewart Sunday. It is currently, man, I gotta shave. It is currently available in early access on my Ko-fi, but it is going to be made available for free on my DeviantArt very soon, and sometime later on Port Affinity as well. Man, I still feel filthy saying Port Affinity. Anyway, but there is something in it that I still think could use some extra improving, and that is the shading on the wings. Which, by the way, remember that I was struggling a bit to figure out what to call this? I figured out after the stream. I decided to name it The Flame of Judgment. Why? Well, because there's a flame and he looks like he's judging you. Big 16A switch to toggle the socket outside of the balcony. Yep, it was nice, awesome. But does it have to be all so big like that? I mean, what are you going to plug outside to require such thick cables like those? And are your hands that fat that you need such a giant switch? No, I'm kidding. Electric grill. Ah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. My mother plugged in a air fryer that my brother bought some time ago and left it here before he moved out. She plugged it in on a socket on the wall in the kitchen. The problem is the cable extension she used. It is a little thin, and the cable, the wire itself is fine-ish for the most part, but the actual plug that goes into the wall down there was a little too thin, and it melted. It melted really hard and really bad. I had to replace the whole thing myself. It almost took the fridge along with it, and the fridge is brand new. Thankfully, the fridge didn't die. It is working fine. But yeah, I fixed that. So yeah, about this. Excuse me. I still think the wings could use some extra work there on the shading. Let me see. Before I end the stream today, I will see if I can do anything about that. Why is my... Why is this itching? Stop. Now here, final dot bin. They can easily go above 10A. Yeah, I want to make sure nothing can get hot. That's why I use. Alright, fair enough. Yeah, like I said, if it is for an electric grill, then it does make sense that the cable is very big. But why is the switch so big? Or am I just ignorant about that? Anyway. Okay, how can I shade these? In a way that works. Because I want to use it even when I'm drunk AF and not aim good. Fair. Fair. That makes sense. Then again, if you are drunk AF, you probably should not be using the glue in the first place. But fair. Yeah, how am I supposed to make this work? Let me use a different color first, just to make sure that I'm placing these pixels in the right spots. That's the best time to use it. Fair. That's all I'm gonna say. Fair. I mean, I wouldn't really know myself because I don't drink. I have no idea how I'm gonna make this though. Hold on. I really like how this turned out. I really do. What if I try this?
This one's a chemist. This one's a friend of mine. This one's an actress. This one's named Pinkie Pie. This one's for kindness. This one can really fly. This one's my favorite.
In my mind, I know what I want this to look like. Know how to make it work, however, that is a different matter. That might work. Actually, that might work. Let me make some further testing here before I actually move on to the actual final thing, final/real thing. I turned on the fan because I was starting to sweat. Now my nose is running. This might actually work as intended.
with this file. Let's give it this. Nope, nope, not that. Disable the dither. Yes. Yes. Now let's copy just this swing, and by copy I mean let's turn it into a brush and go back to page 1. Have this color as a transparency color. Yeah. That seems fine. Give me this. And how do I flip it? Flip X. That's how I do it. Nice. Alright, put it there. Yep. I think I did it. This was actually a little easier than I thought it was going to be. It still needs a few tweaks though. Like this one can go away and add another one here. And okay, perfect. It seems to be the same on both sides. Excellent. Dude, draw using Commodore 64 graphics is so much fun. Yeah. I'm gonna say if this is a different file though, not final.bin, but rather final2.bin because no, not 2. Wings shading fix. Yes. Because I don't want to overwrite the original, just in case for whatever reason I want to go back to it. So yeah. Now this picture is available as an early access on my Ko-fi, but even though I did just make an alteration to it, I am not going to update re-upload the early access version on Ko-fi. Well, I could just make a new upload instead, because on Ko-fi I cannot just simply replace the file on the same upload like you can do it on Fort Affinity, DeviantArt. I don't know why I said Fort Affinity first. I think on Tumblr you can also change the picture while keeping the post the same. Yeah, I think that's what I should do. Yeah. But anyway, point is, when this comes for free on DA and later on FA, it is going to obviously have the updated file. One last time, server. Let's see. Oh, that's a neat little desk. Nice. Ah, those are covers. I thought these were... Well, the other one might be an actual switch, but these here are just covers. Neat. Oh, that's a good lamp. Very good light there. I could use one of these for the other desk there for when I set up for traditional art. Nice, nice. Well done. Good job. Good job. Where was I? Oh yes, I gotta save this as a PNG next.
.png. And also have a version of this with the signature on the side there. Even though I don't use it, I am doing that because yes. Go back one, signatures.bin. Okay, that there is how it is supposed to be. So let's take, oh no, not that. Let's take this, and I messed up. And I already forgot what the thing is supposed to look like. Is that 3 pixels? Yes, 3 pixels. They're like 10 euros. Sounds cheap. Unless you live in Brazil. I mean, actually, those things are not that expensive here. It would be a bit more costly, though. That's for sure. 1, 2, 3, and I think they're supposed to be white. Yes.
I'm just a girl, I'm just a boy, I'm just a handbag, I'm just a toy. Tell me why do you let me fall? Am I just a number that you like to call?
There we go. Why does this feel like it is missing something? Because it is. It is missing half of the word dragon.
I'm just a knight, I'm just a melody on a keyboard. And to the right, I was just a pawn. When I took
So I did 2 pixels on the bottom, but only 1 pixel on the side.
into the back of a mattress.
Oh, that's why. That's because C64 pixels, they are chunky. They are like 2 pixels wide. Yeah, there we go. That's nice. Do I have one of these with the signature as a bin file though? Don't think I do. Actually, I do. Signature wings fix. Now let's save a PNG version of this as well. Okay, and I shouldn't need multi-paint anymore. Actually, I shouldn't need to make any further changes to this picture anymore. So let's open this file here now and replace the picture in here, because this here has been resized from the original resolution that the picture was drawn on. What I'm looking for here, this one. It is so tiny. What is the resolution that I'm working with on this? 1200 on the height. Preserve edges. Ah, that looks so much nicer. Look at that. And this older version here is actually by itself already a fix over the very original, which I forgot to shade to do the lighting on this wing here when I drew the lighting on that one there. I only realized that after the stream and after I had already uploaded the thing. Yeah, there we go. That's much better. Much better. Very happy about it. I can imagine. It's always a very good when you finish something and it works, especially if you dedicated several hours to it. Several hours, days, weeks, even maybe months. Any project for that matter. But yeah. Okay, save that here with the watermark, and let's save it again to the root of the folder art. And yes, replace the original and save it once more, but this time without the watermark, and this one is going to go in here. There we go. Stop thinking. Yeah, nice. There we go. Now this is actually properly finished. And hopefully I am not going to later realize I still gotta do any further fixes on this, because I don't want to keep fixing stuff on this one. I'm happy with how it is now. Man, I actually am really happy with this. I dare say I did a good job with the lighting and shading on this here, given the limitations that Commodore 64 graphics impose. There is only a handful of colors you can use, and yet people who are actually pros at doing C64 art, they make stuff so incredible. They have such a good control over the colors, the limited amount of colors. They know how to use them so well that, like pictures like this, for example, it looks like it has a lot more colors than the actual palette allows for, but no, it is this one too. All of this is using the exact same amount of colors available for the C64. Here, this here. These colors down here on the bottom, that's all the colors you can use. Only them. And yet this looks like it has more colors than that. I find it, I kid you not, I find this stuff impressive, amazing. Maybe even more so than what you usually may think of when you think of pixel art. Because sure, pixel art is impressive, and this here is pixel art, but to make such amazing stuff like this with such a limited a palette of colors. Oh, there's a picture that I was looking for the other Sunday to show you guys. Anyway, to make such impressively amazing things with such a limited amount of colors, I mean, I think that takes extra skill, even more skill than most pixel artists have for their art. Which by no means I am saying that pixel artists that have no limitations on how many colors they can use, or even the resolution they can draw on. I'm not saying, or even remotely implying, that they are any less skilled than people who draw on Commodore 64 using this few colors. Not at all. I'm just saying that to be able to be such a great artist with pixels at such a limited amount of colors, I just think it takes a little extra skill. Now, I don't know if this was a picture converted into C64 graphics, or if this was actually drawn, because it looks very realistic. And again, it's only the same amount of colors available on the palette, and I can prove it to you. Here, actually, yeah, I can prove it. Let's bring this into Paint. I don't have to prove anything, I just want to. And let's screenshot Multipaint so I can get the colors palette. Here, let's copy just this. Okay, let's put that there. Give me the eraser. And I'm going to use the eraser trick to replace all the colors on that picture with red.
Okay, let's turn this whole thing red. And the way I'm going to do it is I am going to pick a color from the palette and use the eraser trick to remove that color from that picture there. And let's do it by order, okay? Let's begin with the color black. That's white, that's black. So right click, and there we go. So now paint is replacing everything that is black, that is specifically that exact shade of black from the colors palette. I'm going to use the mouse for this actually, because I keep taking the pen outside of the working area of the tablet, and that is canceling my clicks. So there, that is all the black in the picture, and just to make sure, there, let's replace all the black on the palette as well. Let's move on to the next color, which is white. And the reason why it is adding red down here too is because the background of this canvas is white. Let me change that so it doesn't mix up like that. Yeah, there we go. This is also a little easier on the eyes. Okay, that should be all the white. So let's move on to whatever color this is. There, found where there's some of that. This is so amazing. Now this blue, it doesn't really look like this blue is present, but it is. Right there on the leaves. And on the lady as well. Okay, I think that is all of it. Moving on to this purple. Okay, this purple might not even have been used on this picture. Green, this green has definitely been used here. Now this dark blue, that one is definitely here. Even on the tree trunk over there, look at this.
When you feel it's hopeless, when you think that you lost, oh, I will take your hand and we'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, 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 let us heal and grow. You won't be alone, we're unstoppable. Don't be
Now this
afraid to
brown,
show what we
I can see
got.
some of this on the tree. Oh no, I'm mistaken.
Here we come back to
It's
life,
not on the
still
tree.
breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know
It's
is
here on the shading of her face.
we will rise up and we
Ah.
we believe it. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne.
This here is the brown that I was seeing on the tree there.
Seems this one hasn't been used. This one definitely has. On the tree of all places, look at that. And the leaves. And yet it didn't really look like it. Look at that. Now all of that green left there is that green that I just picked. Yeah, look at that. And I seem to have skipped a few pixels here when I select the colors. Now, what are those? No, not that. Okay, this one was that there. Is that one there black? No. What is that one? What are you? Well, that's a gray, obviously. But didn't I try all the grays already? Or did the artist cheat on this one and actually he did use more colors than what are available on the C64 palette? Because these two here, they don't seem to be on the palette. Let me sample from here. Ah, there, it's that one. That one, okay. Maybe he didn't cheat. Alright, but what about this one here then? That's the only leftover one. Alright, that one is not on the palette, so that one pixel, that one is a cheat. But the point is, let me grab the picture again. The point is, all of this, other than that one pixel there, all of this was drawn, even though it looks like it has a lot more colors than it actually does. It was drawn using only these colors here. Well, besides these two that I replaced on this palette here. And I don't know, I just find this incredible that you can do it. It looks so amazing. And again, far from for even remotely implying, excuse me, that pixel artists are not as skilled as pixel artists who work with Commodore 64 graphics for their pixel art. And look at this, it's so wonderful. I'm not saying that, not at all, but I just think that to be able to do pixel art, amazing pixel art, but do so using such a limited amount of colors and yet make it look like it has so many more. I don't know. I think I may be completely wrong with this, but I think it requires an extra amount of skill that most pixel artists might not really have. And again, I'm not saying that they don't. Not really. Even though it doesn't really sound like that. I know it sounds contradictory, but I don't know, man. This is all just too impressive for me. Oh, hey, look, am I there? Hey, hey, my video showed up in the Google search. Cool. But anyway, I actually would like to see a super skilled pixel artist try and draw pixel art using just Commodore 64 graphics. It's not that I think anyone should prove anything. I just would like to see what that would be like, you know, because there are so many incredible pixel art out there by some incredible pixel artists. But all of those art pieces, all of those artworks, all of those artists, they are not limited by the limited amount of colors available for the Commodore 64 to use. You know, so their only limitation is essentially just their creativity. Whereas C64 pixel artists, they have to deal with the hardware limitations as well. And look at this cat, it looks like it has more colors than it actually does, and yet it doesn't. Look at that one. But yeah, I really would like, more than getting good at doing pixel art. Oh, that is really cute. That is very cute. More than getting good at making pixel art, I want to get good at making Commodore 64 pixel art. And I don't really know why. I just want to. It's kind of more appealing to me than just regular pixel art. I don't know how to explain. I don't know how to explain why. Look at this! It's amazing! It looks like there's more colors there than there actually are. Ah, Facebook. No. I'm not going there. Look at this amazing dragon. Man, I envy these people. I envy their skills. Not in a bad way, though. Far from it. Maybe someday I'll get there. In the meantime, I follow along making stuff like the stuff I just closed the window. I wasn't supposed to close that window yet, but whatever. Doesn't matter. Anyway, I just find all of this very impressive. I love it. Here, this picture here. That's the one that I was just fixing up a little bit now. But in the meantime, I follow I follow making stuff like this and getting better with each new picture. But yeah, so this one is available for early access on my Ko-fi. There's actually 2 pictures on my Ko-fi available for early access right now. They're gonna come over to DeviantArt very soon for free, and later on for Affinity as well. Also, I think I'm going to upload them to Tumblr and X. I don't know. The main things are DA and FA. So yeah, guys, I think that's gonna do it for me for today. So thank you all so much for joining today's stream. I am sorry I just ended up just rambling a bunch right now at the end. I can't help it. C64 art is amazing. It's awesome. I love it. I want to get good at it. But anyway, regardless, thank you all so much for joining today's stream, everybody. I hope you all enjoyed. I hope you had fun. Thank you so much for the company. Enjoy the rest of your evening, and have a great week. That's an order. Have a good week. Do not have a bad week, okay? It's bad for your health. No, but seriously, hopefully you have a good one. And oh, remember, I should be starting. Just came back to the PC. Right in time for the goodbyes. Anyway, I should be starting episode 1 of the next long series playthrough on this next Gaming Friday. The game is going to be Albion for the MS-DOS. Lots of pixels in there too. Yeah, good night, Riptang. So yeah, guys, tune in for that, and I'll see if on the next Saturday I can finish Onscape that I played yesterday. I was still trying to figure out those things that I couldn't. But anyway, and then come back to it. In any case,
Reptane, Doxy, Texan, everybody else, I don't know who's still watching. Thank you all so much for joining today's stream. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you had fun. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Have a great week. And until we meet again on the next stream, God bless you all. Stay safe and healthy. Sleep well when you go to bed, and as always, dream of dragons. Bye, guys. Have a good one. See you.
Present some problems and we don't know what to do. You've come to find your feelings and exactly what you knew. The odds are stacked quite poorly if without a winning hand. But bear in mind your bearing's only worse if you don't turn up. You're bad taking trips because I'll turn your trips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hope sunsetting not to crash. The truth can seem quite big if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I will not let that my opinion of such enough. Bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes and setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the fate. Instead if you could fix the failings of the current paradigm, we would have a hero who's supposed to be elusive and on time. Just on time. And then we would all contrive new conflicts, you know. So bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes and setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the show. Bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mark my opinion of the stipulations placed before you to get all the things you really need. Mr. Big may make things hard, but you have got to plant your seeds. Go to war, fight more. Your dreams thrive by competition. You'll find no one famous ever got there just by flinching at their foes. Cling against the torment claw with all your might at what you know. Don't let go, just glow. Don't wait or play to indecision. Don't bet on taking ships.